All right. Hello, good morning, welcome. System update in 44 minutes, so we'll probably wait till after that for us to go head back to the DKs. I think someone might have stream sniped me yesterday and came to mess up my DK setup, but it was right near the end of it, but you know, that's a lesson I had to learn to put my chat to private. I'd switched it to friends, or on, I mean to say. Because I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. So yeah, who has that much time on their hands to mess with, someone starting off streaming? And well, it's the internet, so you'll find someone. And it's just a lesson learned. So, so I stumbled on how to respond to it because it's kind of like, people like that are kind of like seeking attention, so it doesn't really feel like there's a good response, of like, yeah, it was annoying. It's like, but it's not important. So it's like I could, pretend to like play it off of like, oh, it's still hard to, say, well, like it didn't matter, but it's just like, part of me just wants to like tell that person like something. And it's just like, well, a person like that is literally just seeking that response. So it's like it just goes to deaf ears is what I'm trying to say. So it's like, why even give it more attention than it's worth is kind of what I'm maybe hoping to learn, so that next time I can respond correctly, I suppose. And correctly is not the exact word. It's more of, I'm just relaxed and chilling and vibing and not trying to like, good morning, welcome, Mayor, nice to see ya. So yesterday I did some DKs and I just got surprised that someone would take their time to come and mess up the setup right at the end of it, and so I didn't know how to really respond to it. But yeah, welcome to the stream. We actually did pretty good at DKs yesterday. I don't know if you were lurking or not, but we got 56 total kills. 15 of those were not from yesterday, and in that time we got a lot of 1 in 128 drops. We got the warrior ring. We already had a rock shell plate body, but we got the legs as well. And then we got the full outfit. So we got the Fremenic helmet, we got 5 swords. And yeah. So let's carry on. We'll get some farming contracts done. I'm probably gonna wait excuse me. Probably gonna wait until the system update occurs, and then we'll probably go back and see if we can finish up at Daganov, at Rexy. Our little nice. Yeah, you were doing some. I know you'd gotten the synapse, right? Okay, so we need a spade. I think I did the seed dipper thing. I think you had recommended like a month ago probably of like, hey, how come you just didn't do the barbarian thing for the seed dipper? I think at this point it should be done. Guess we can go and open this. So where have you found yourself? What drops did you get? Okay, a U. That's our first U. Contract, that is. No good, I guess a palm's pretty good. Can't complain. There you go. Making moves. Okay, so we need a U, right? Let's see. I probably haven't even made U's yet. Yeah, there's one. I probably do. Yeah, it's 0. So we'll make our 1U, and we have no maples on the account, but I suppose it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, Dragon Boots, Abyssal Whip, those are massive. You know, now that you have like Zombie Axe and Mixed Hide Boots, combat boots were always in the game, right? But yeah, that's like you're really getting going now. Yeah, I bet you that 5 tick is nice to not have to use anymore. For all the low level Slayer and such. And as you keep advancing, the lower your stats are and the lower your equipment is, the slower the weapon is not as punishing. And then when you get to like the higher and higher you go, the more added bonuses that you get, the better a faster weapon becomes. So as time goes on and you get, your next boot upgrade, you get your next necklace upgrade, you get your next glove upgrade, you get, as those keep stacking, the whip is going to get, even further and further. Oh, nice. Yeah, and obviously the lower the defense, lower the health, all that type of stuff. Okay, so, we planted all of these yesterday. That's 500k XP, and that's 23 days worth. Now that there's actually 3 spots, but we'll probably only care for the 2. We could look into maybe planning that 3rd one, but I'll probably do that during the weekend and just unlock it. It's low priority, so let's go ahead and make our U. 1, 2. Oh, right, I need a pot. Gonna need our cash stack. Probably should grab some cactus spine, and probably should plant like a white berry or something there. And we're kind of waiting for this U to germinate, I guess is the right word. I don't know. I'm not a botanist. Right. Well, there's 3 spots now, so depending on what your sailing level is, I don't know what the requirements are to get there. Let's go, yeah, we want nothing yet. We want just a seed. So let's grab a seed. We got our money. Nope. I spent all my money this morning. Bought some more blood runes, some more chaos runes, a couple more earth runes, but that was very little proportionately. So white berries should be fine. White berry U, yeah, okay. Oh, we have our Hespori to do too, so that could help eat up some time for this U to germinate. Okay, let's just get an ultra, I guess, and a bunch of empties. Very nice. Moving on up. I'm super close to 58. I wonder, yeah. Slayer will do that. On my other account, I actually didn't get my Slayer all that high, because, my brother carried Slayer, so let me just pull up, I guess. How do I... Let me just look up. Yeah, there we go. I only got to 86, and then that was about it. And, I was stuck at 80 forever, and then even before then I was probably 80-ish. 82, maybe. but I mostly like AFK'd my Slayer, like literally just go get a bow and go turn on a prayer. Oops. I pressed exchange and thought it did the exchange automatically for me some reason. Hey, the button says exchange, so just, you know, give me my buckets and automatically and take away the ultra. Nice. But yeah, as you can see, like I have, I've done a lot of like PVM and such. And like, you know, these kills are not even like close to what I actually did. So like, for example, Ziliana, it says 134, but we had a strategy where I tanked Ziliana and then the group all fought her. So I would hit her, go underneath, and you know, like that was how we did it. And like Corporal Beast, we have 75, but again, I was it depends on like what role you put yourself into. Okay. So our U seed's not done yet. Let's just go and fill in some compost bin. But yeah, that's how my head works, is like, if there's no reason to do it, I don't really do it. Of like, you know, I concentrated on, you know, farming. I'm at 101 from virtual level, and my herb lore is like, I basically have 97 already banked. You know, okay, what do we want? We want our, all right, we have our maple, right? Let's go ahead and get, all right, pineapple, there you go. Took me a second to remember why I went to the bank. Yeah, Triton will be massive. I think you said you did a good amount of Zulrah, so you might already have the Magic Fang, I think it's called, right? Magic Fang banked. Alright, there's our U. So we'll plan our U. We're really trying to, I don't want to go to DKs before our 30 minutes is up. Once this 30 minutes is up, then I will get geared up and go. Right. Okay, pay the man. We didn't bring our cactus, right? So we'll just bring that and remember to pay for it as we set up for Mr. Hispori. So let's grab one Hispori. Let's grab our cactus spine now so we don't forget later. Cactus spine. Okay, search. Tab 6, tab 5, 6. Oh, it's in there. I want to see where it is. Oh, right at the top. Let's go notes, all, there we go. And yeah, we get to bring out our rock shell legs today. +5 range defense will help with Mr. Hispori a tiny bit. Probably should get our barrel gloves. Excuse me. Oh, let's get our notes out of here, huh? So, okay. It's not going to sound that amazing to everyone, but yesterday, after a stream or whatever, I went and worked out, and then I got home and, you know, since I came back to Michigan and now it's wintertime, I've had to deal with like the heaters and stuff turning on and dust and whatever else, and is this zombie axe better than the Arklin here? I feel like the faster weapon is probably better, but I guess we bring both of them. And anyways, I'm trying to get to is I started taking Claritin, and so I've been significantly less congested during this time period than ever. And I had this like thing happen in my head, and I got this really, really splitting headache for like 2 seconds of this is like jolt, and like my eye went like bloodshot shot. And it just felt like lightning bolts were in my head of just like this pulsing like pain and such. And I'm not perfect right now, but I was able to like breathe for the first time in like 20 years, I feel like, of like, wow, this is what a nostril is supposed to feel like. It's not supposed to be like slightly clogged. And like my ears felt good, my eyes felt good, everything like, so I had like it felt like I actually like healed something that had always been like messed up. Like I've only breathed through my left nostril for like the longest time. And I got this jolt, and it's like my body's finally like healed to the point of being able to breathe. And so right now I don't feel perfect. Maybe it's just morning. I took a Claritin, so maybe I just need to clear out a little bit. But I have this like, my nasal affects my voice. And yesterday after this happened, I was talking, and there was no extra hum that was occurring here. And so yeah, I was just like, holy hell, like this, I've never felt this before. Like this is what normal is. And it felt like bliss or something. We could bring our warrior ring out. So we got a warrior ring yesterday. We didn't charge it up yet. I think, hopefully I get a berserker ring today. We'll see how it goes. But maybe tomorrow or the next day, depending on how RNG goes. And, it could be taking a long time to get a berserker ring. Depending on how everything goes, we will go to Amir's arena and try to get, like, I think 3 imbue scrolls, I guess they're called, probably. Okay, I can't think right now. Alright, so we're doing Hispori. Let's just click buttons and it'll figure itself out. So I guess we don't need our seed dipper anymore. Let's go spade. And then what else do we need? We need some... We'll use, I guess, our mithril darts. Our 3-way switch now, huh? And then I think just food should do the trick. Oh, we didn't bring prayer pots. And good to notice now, I guess, than later. We could probably do it without prayer. It's probably a combat achievement. I just don't even pray once. Don't lose a point or something. I thought I just got a bunch of moonlights, but I guess we used them all. If I have time before the system update, maybe that's one thing I'll go run and do. Let's check if my game audio is on. Sometimes it's hard to, like, it doesn't seem to want to turn on. Okay, let's just pot up then. Get a little slasher going. I bet you our axe is on Crush. Well, 33 max hitter. Yeah, that's a much cooler hit than the other one. You get to have more fun with the 5 tick, because you can kind of, if you move around, it doesn't punish you if you miss a game tick as harshly. Alright, Mr. Hispori, what you got for me today? Guess we'll eat again for fun. Might as well. Alright, switch over. 3 health. Perfectly running out of prayer in time. Got our spade. Let's plant our Hispori so we don't forget. And we get a... I mean, it's good. I mean, we have never gotten a white lily seed. So now when we get the contracts, that's 17 times we can reap the benefits. Right? Is TDS Tormented Demons? Is that what that stands for? So our U's ready in tomorrow. We went and planted that. So yeah, we got 22 minutes until a system update, so we kind of have to stall. Let's go ahead and let's not put our white lilies in here. Did we just do that, or search? Okay, cool. We put it in our seed vault. Oh, so they're weak to crush, huh? I kind of remember something like that. Okay, I don't think we need all the runes. I think it was just Law and Earth. Then we just need a shovel now. That one inventory spot's gonna save everything. Okay, we need our Pandemonium teleport. We need our Quetzal. And yeah, I guess we just unlocked the ability to use our new seeds, our Calquat. So let's grab those. They're still in the bank, okay. And let's check out our hardwood. What does that do? Let's do Thursday at 4:30 or so. So 5 of those. Yeah, let's go for that harpoon. I kind of want them to update some of these drop tables, but that might end up being more harm than good. You know, like great white sharks or something like that. Maybe orcas. Is that the highest level whale? What if they dropped harpoons now or something? But it's kind of silly that its worms are the dragon sword and the dragon harpoon. Okay, so we got our pineapple. Let's go ahead and grab our Calquat. I think 2 of them. And then we're gonna go, the first spot is in Karamja and the second spot is in Kastori, so we have teleports. And then yeah, let's grab this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Renar I guess is good. And yeah, let's just go then. Let's start off with these Calquat spots then. We'll need a rake, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah, I've been super lucky on my other accounts at Temporos. I've gotten like multiple waters. I've gotten water tomes. I'm already running down to the Brimhaven spot, the Calquat, I guess I'm gonna call it. Yeah, I just don't feel like that's really like the monster that should drop it. Now that there's like sailing, there's like whales. Like, why am I stuck? I've never run into one of these before. Fly trap? That's the first time that's ever happened. Fly trap? Oh. I've never noticed these. Huh. I've done so many of these runs in my life. I've never been stopped by one of those and started getting attacked by it. That's kind of funny. Oh, okay, let's get a rake real quick. Oh, there's two of them, huh? Did it interrupt me? Looks like it did. Just trying to farm in peace. These spiders are coming to harm me. Just a simple farmer. Okay, let's go to Kastori next then. Is he gonna interrupt me while I go? Click my little teleport. Alright, about 15 minutes and we'll get that system update, and then we'll go back to our gray little Barney, I guess what I'm going to call him. Looks just like Barney to me, the Daggenoff Rex. That is a nice hibiscus they got there. I thought it was a nasturtium from the aerial view. Looks just like the nasturtium from the flower patch here. In the game, I mean to say. Okay, let's go ahead and set him to shift left. Oh, he's a master farmer, okay. This is our guy. Let me just tag him, because that guy looks just like him, basically. Okay, let's go ahead and... Why was I thinking of doing the hardwood today? So I looked at it. Okay, let's just go to Catherby then. Yeah, my nose is opening up again. As I was saying earlier, like this is like a new sensation to me of being able to breathe. And I had this like sudden like spike in my head of this like jolt of, felt like a jolt of like electricity, splitting headache. It was like throbbing. It was just I think my nose finally healing from years of congestion. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be starting to get ready for tagging off Rex after this. We'll see if there's any volunteers like we had yesterday. Lub, I think you said your name was Lub from our Respectable Pants, and Lewis had helped out. Thank you guys so much. If not, I think at this point, now that I'm using blood magic, oh shoot, where am I running? Just going off habit. This is my fishing spot now. Going and collecting those beaks. Let me just spam a button because there's aggressive monsters here. And we ended up at a spot that worked, so very nice. You know, I do have my, yeah, I forget. So I put my group Ironman right at the spot I need him to. And now that I have blood magic, I should be able to do proper inventories there. So let's go ahead and go like that. Another farm run done. Our little race to level 99. What's gonna win out? Let's go ahead and teleport to our house. So I think we're doing perfect on time. There's 9.5 minutes. So I should be able to just possibly gear up and set myself at Waterbirth Island. Yeah, so I think maybe today I'll do like a split screen for a few minutes of I have my group Ironman already in Waterbirth, so he'll stand on the little spot for me, open up the door with instead of having to do a pet rock, you know, get that extra inventory spot. What happened? Oh boy. You hate to see it, huh? Yeah, on my other account, like I swear I got like 3 dragon harpoons. I think I got 1 from worms, and I think I got 2 from doing temporos, and I don't think I did all that much temporos. And on the account before that, I remember getting 1 as well. So. You know, I wonder if I want to do temporos on this account. You know, we're pretty close to, at level 69, I can do the new lantern fishing, the better of the two. So I think I'll AFK my barbarian fishing to 69, try to get my beak. Maybe continue doing some barbarian fishing off stream. It's kind of chill. I kind of enjoy doing it. It helps with the, you know, I have to watch a lot of my own content to make the videos, and it kind of gives me something secondary to kind of help pass the time. You know, because there's multiple stages of, at least the way I do it, multiple stages of taking in an episode. You know, I have to, or the way I do it is I make multiple passes. And so sometimes, you know, if I put too much focus on watching the video, I can only watch so much. But if I put on some light music, or I go and do something somewhat AFK on the side, it helps me like watch stuff for like 4 or 5 hours at a time. Whereas, you know, 30 minutes and I'm already kind of overthinking about what I wanted the episode to be, but I haven't even processed the episode yet. So we'll stop at this little altar here. Am I actually running the right way? Is there a back entrance I've never known about? Look at that. All these years of coming here. We have to go get ancient magic, so I guess while we're here, let's just grab a ring of dueling. Let's just grab... Oh, we have to make some chocolate today, huh? Some chocolate into our energy pots. Okay, so let's go to Lumbridge first, make some energy... Oh, we got 32, that's more than enough. Okay, so let's just bank everything. Let's grab X, 1, 2, 1, 2. That should be good for today. You know, I actually have, I think, at least 1 Mortmire fungus, and that's better than a pot of that. Yeah, 1 Mortmire. Do we even have toad flax? No, I don't have any toad flax. So we'll continue with this. It's good enough. Gets the job done. Okay, that should be good. Oh, we didn't grab a ring of dueling, but we have 2 energy pots, so we can get back. We'll probably just, I'll teleport back to like Fish Trawler or something. Go get Ancient Magic. And yeah, I think in 3.5 minutes we're gonna have a system update, so I'll take my restroom break at that point. Then I'll see if I can get back on. Maybe look at what the system update is briefly. I wonder if there's a better way for me to get here, but I guess maybe a carpet ride or something, but I really don't know if that's better. You know, put my house in Polnivnich. Come on down this way. I think the way we're going to eventually do it is just get 99 magic, to be honest. That's how I did it on my group Ironman. That was my path of least resistance, was just getting 99 magic. Oh, well, I guess our little magic went away, or our prayer. I went and stopped at that altar to get my prayer back up, but I forgot that when you go and switch, it gets rid of it. Okay, I guess we'll just run to a bank. It's not much time difference between Fish Trawler and just running to Fish Trawler, so... You know, my boat's actually here. Maybe I should check out my boat. Now let's just park ourselves. And yeah, I think I'll take my restroom break then, and then see if the system update goes through. Whatever, let's actually just equip real quick. So we need our best defense. I think we'll wear our mystic boots instead of our holy sandals. I feel mystical today. We got so many of these from sailing. It's kind of nice for our when we head to the wilderness. We'll have everything we need. Yeah, man. Have a good one. Alright, so let's go ahead. We'll put on, we'll take off my little picture. And I'll be back in about 2 minutes. We'll try again to see if we can log in. I'll be right back. Great. Let's see what the system update is. Let's go camera back on. I was looking at my setup, so I was like, oh, I'm on main. How come it's on the waiting screen? And I thought it was on, I'll show you it real quick and then I'll be right back. I have this page that I haven't used in a month or so. So I was looking to switch to my different setting, but all it was the camera being on and off. So, all right, let's see. Let's go jagex launcher. Let's close out. Hopefully I don't have anything weird on my screen. Music system improvement and deadman tweaks. So I don't think we'll open that up. Yeah, whatever, we'll open it up, why not? You know, I wished I could put the music on from RuneScape, but it's oftentimes too jarring. Like the volume between songs is too much. Like some songs will be nice and soft, and then other songs you'll come in and it'll be like twice the volume. So yeah, I think they'd said something, I think maybe it's this area mode. As it's saying right here. Take one step in the wrong area and your whole flow gets interrupted. And so yeah, instead of being based on the chunk, it looks like they're mapping it out to like the mountains and rivers and such. So it's more of like the area rather than the chunk that plays the music. For some areas of the world. And I don't know, escape and jam, I don't care. Okay. I'll have to... Someone yesterday came to mess up my DK setup, so I put my private to friends. You know, yesterday was the first day I actually put it on to on, just because I didn't think it mattered. Like, who has that much time on their hands to come and need to like mess with someone basically? But I should have known. So it's a good lesson to learn, I suppose. You know, because you know, my image on my thumbnails is like this like inviting, you know, image. I was like, you know, I was just thinking who would be recommended my channel and then click it and then want to mess with, you know. So like to me it just didn't feel like that I would attract a certain type of you know, like their clicking habits were probably not going to be one that the algorithm would land onto a channel like mine. But okay, it looks like we have our prayer set up or our magic spell set up correctly. But yeah, this channel is about, you know, good vibes, so I'm gonna start, you know, moderating a little bit more. Alright, that feels about right. Alright, so I'll have to set up my other account too. Let's go ahead and turn our plugin on. Okay, so we need to, on this account, I have to add myself as a friend still. So let's make sure we spell it right. Alright, and then I think we'll just go split screen for a few minutes. I do have my rune axes, very nice. You know, this account actually has the 10-minute timer for aggression has ended. I guess we'll put protect range on. Go ahead, stand there. And yeah, there's my group Ironman. Check for magic and then, or melee I mean to say. And I think that's safe, cool. And then I kind of want to do split screen. Hopefully it's not too bad for the moment. Okay, and then I guess it's gonna be confusing to me which character's who. I think there's like a shortcut or something, but no, I think we'll just log out with this account. And that should just make it easier on myself. And then let's go protect for magic and head on down. Alright, smooth sailing now. Let's not get knocked out too quickly. Oh shoot. Yeah, I press it too quick sometimes because it has a recommendation up there. Alright, no adventures in the world. Not too bad getting down there. I think we'll sip a prayer pot. We'll set our quick prayer, I guess. I feel like Protect Range is better because guy, I think, was it Prime, Rex, and I always forget the other one. Prime, Rex, the range guy is the one that's right next to that door. So I imagine he's the one I'd have to pray against the most, but yeah, run energy is good. Yeah, I'm gonna put Protect from Range on because these guys can also hit me. So I should be able to hop between the two and try to find a good moment to make my little run on down. And our quick prayer is magic, so if we are starting to take too much heat, we can always go ahead and switch. Looks like we have a decent setup. Very nice. Oh, there he is. So we'll head on back up. Don't hit me, Prime. Thank you. Wait a few seconds. Eat some strawberries. Try to get him to reset a little bit. Oh, that guy hits hard. I almost got it. Well, that's not a good one. We don't want to get hit by him. Let's take some cover, let the water guys, or let our magic guys clear out. At this point, maybe I should get onto my group Ironman, go and tank some, go drag them over. Yeah, I think that probably makes the most sense. So let's try that. And yeah, this is the challenge that I'm looking for. This, let me just make sure I can hide the world. Okay, so let's go ahead and put our little plugin on. Let me turn off auto retaliate. Not use all my rune axes up, huh? But yeah, this is, it's not a challenge account, but it is to, you know, do things that I'm kind of unsure about how to do it and kind of go from there. So let's go ahead and go quest helper. And then Daganov. You know, I don't know where that shortcut is, but I wish I did know. So let's just run the gauntlet again. Oops. Is this where a clue scroll is? So this is probably the one that I could have used, possibly. I have a summer pie with me, so. But yeah, my goal, I guess, is to like look at as many guides as possible. You know, certain things I don't think are realistic for me to not look at guides. The game is kind of built a certain way, I suppose. So we'll put protect from, yeah, we have some food. So let's go ahead and step over first. I get so confused with the two screens, but we'll see if we can figure it out. So I think I'll do protect from magic. And then I guess I'll teleport out with the monastery. Even have my Ring of Suffering on. I should have brought my Blood Fury, I guess, but... And some better gloves too, I suppose. I'm just debating on how to do this. I think it should be fine. Let's just go protect from magic, charge, and then see if I could drag them into the top corner. Let's just make sure my compasses are both looking the same way. Alright, wish me luck. Let's see if round 2 goes a little better. Will he actually come this way more? I think it should be fine. Okay. Just put protect range on and charge. Don't mind me. Alright, looks like we got our setup on. Wasn't too bad. Alright, so now we can turn this off, go here, put that off screen, go back to full screen. Alright, so I did my first successful solo DK setup in my entire life. I'm happy with that. But yeah, so, you know, I did this account for multiple reasons, but the initial reason that got me into it was, at the very least, I could do something that lets me, you know, confront one of my weaknesses, and, well, multiple weaknesses. So, one is, I have a very overreactive nervous system. And I've always kind of liked to figure out how to, like, not use it, you know, kind of like when it activates, to go calm down and get away from, you know, situations that might be more nerve-inducing, more embarrassing, more whatever, like, you know, and, you know, kind of realizing that doesn't have to, like, rule me, that I can get a little shaky, you know, my heart can rise up, I can get through it, though. It's not really that big of a deal, you know. And that's, you know, from a lot of conditioning as a kid, you know, these things that I didn't have control over in those situations, you know, I would be put down, I would be, you know, whatever, right? Of, you know, you try something and you fail it, I would get made fun of right away. And, you know, now as an adult, you know, I can be mentally past it, and there's our 1 in 64, or is that 1 in 128 for that drop? And so, yeah, I don't, you know, even if I'm mentally past certain things, that doesn't mean that my body's gonna want to listen to it, you know? Like, you sometimes need a little bit of the reps, right? That I didn't get my childhood nerves settled, they just got, you know, I just ignored them, right? I didn't have to work through nerves. It was just, you get made fun of for trying something new, and then you just don't try anything new for the rest of your life. And so I wouldn't put myself in compromised situations. And so, so I offer that to all the kids that I'm around. I kind of help encourage them and such. And so instead of just doing that, just encouraging others, I want to, gain that skill that I didn't develop. So that's, a big part of to why I'm doing this account was, even if I get 0 people to watch, even if my, the videos is secondary, I make videos. That was a different challenge of like, I kind of wanted to one day, like I wouldn't say my dream job, but like one of the many things that I think would be a life worth living is to like open a studio or something. And so it's like, okay, well, I tried different routes of how I could get there. Okay, so the answers to like become like Harry Potter or something, like go write a book, get popular, and then people are going to want to turn that into movies and shows. And once you have something successful, then maybe you can you'd get people to come to you, and you can then go and make that'd be like a good starting off point, that okay, I make the next Harry Potter or something, and then I can open up a studio, and I have all these different ideas that have I don't want to necessarily only do my book and my own movie and whatever, but so yeah, that was kind of like, okay, so let's actually start developing some skills on how to make videos a little bit, and how to voice act, all these different things that can go into these. Like, even if I don't think I want to be a voice actor, one day maybe I do want to like help coach people, or kind of understand the process a little bit, So there's like 100 reasons to why I'm doing what I'm doing. And, at the very, very least I said was, I can, put myself out into the world. I can kind of learn to relax in these moments where my chest doesn't want to relax. And look at that, a back-to-back 128 drop. Super strength, all the potions here are 1 in 128. Our Bremenic helmet, I'm pretty sure, is 1 in 128. And so yeah, I don't really like putting myself in, I don't think anyone likes putting themselves in embarrassing moments, right? But I guess for me, it feels even rougher because, I didn't really get to work through that at the age that I think most people work through it. Because I would get more and more ridiculed. Even, the more I stood up for myself, even as a kid, the harsher it actually got. So it wasn't like, oh, you should have just worked through it as a kid or something. It's, well, no, I tried that and it got worse, And, this is, like a 4-year-old. So it's like, I'm disconnected to who I was at 4. I'm no longer the 4-year-old. I don't feel shame for him. I feel like empathy for my 4-year-old self, of like, he had no control. He had no, like, it just happened to him. So these things just happened to me. And so, now that I'm an adult, I'm not, a victim to it anymore, that I can actually, take some steps to, tell my nerves to relax. Even right now, like, my voice isn't, like, my shoulders are a little bit more forward, because I was like, oh shoot, am I going to be able to do this? I just ate all my strawberries. I had someone come in the comments and make a comment, and then I moderated it, but like all these little things are like against my normal nature, I feel. My normal nature is to, I describe everyone's nature as being like water, of like, it likes to settle on the path of least resistance. It just goes down the hill. It just goes and forms rivers and kind of goes, right? And you know, so my new path of least resistance is that spiking of the nerve is no longer has to like rule. That a different path of least resistance is being carved. You know, and so we'll see how that goes. And it's, you know, it's kind of, you know, so what I'm trying to get to, and I said this during our Desert Treasure live stream, is that sometimes those nerves and stuff can be transformed into something different. That it's your body's signal, but that signal between being scared and being excited is more about the interpretation of it than it is about the actual signal. And so I guess one of my goals is to try to convert that nerves into enjoying it, you know, being more competitive, being more you know, for that to like heighten me. So to convert, you know, like it's a fight or flight type thing that goes into me, right? Of wanting to like protect myself, wanting to get out of situations, right? And so, you know, I don't want to become a fighter necessarily, but I'd like to stand ground, you know. And so, yeah, it's just to breathe in certain situations, even if the nerves aren't going away. It's just to keep breathing through it. And it's, I'm not getting chased by a tiger is what I'll say a million times. So like, what's the big deal? It's not life or death. So I don't have to really like, you know, react in a life or death, you know, situation. And so, yeah, I don't like doing, you know, obviously, from, you know, my little backstory I just gave there. You know, I don't really like doing new things because new things always got made fun of. You know, if I had an interest, like, oh, I found a show I like, as a, you know, 5-year-old, I would be made fun of, you know. So it's like anytime you did anything new, it was just room for, you know, being made fun of. And, you know, and so I got through that, is what I'm trying to get to, though, is in my 20s, my early 20s, I had mentally got past all that. And, you know, I didn't really care what other people thought of different interests and things that I would do. And there was no shame in that, but that wasn't working through the nerves necessarily. And so that's kind of what this new chapter is like, you know, I don't another Fremennik helmet, look at that. Could have been 2 Berserker rings already. That I can't just like mentally just say, okay, I'm no longer going to be a nervous person. Well, no, I have to, you know, relax the nerves and set myself up in a way that doesn't activate them as much. And with the repetition, you know, all these synapses, all these little patterns in yourself, you know, the way you throw a football, you can change. The way you shoot a basketball, you can change, right? And that's the same thing that happens, I believe, with threat assessment, right? So I just have to change my threat assessment, that I have a certain level of that. You know, everyone can't just go and jump on a stage and go tell us improv speech, right? Or be a comedian or something, right? But if you go through that gauntlet, right, you get better and better at it. And so I guess this is my attempt at that. This is the small step that I think I'm capable of trying to achieve. And maybe one day I'll go and try to get into stand-up just for fun. Just to take it to the next level, right? And so yeah, it's baby steps. And yeah, I've just had so many realizations as I'm doing this process, right? Is I used to think I wasn't that my memory wasn't that good, and I couldn't stay on topic too well. And now I go back and I'm video editing, and I'm like, wow, this guy doesn't sound too bad sometimes. But as a kid, I would get interrupted a lot. I would, those formative years of me developing language was I would say a sentence and just get interrupted, right? That I have a lot of memories of my siblings and my parents and such would anticipate me, right, wanting to speak, and they would be just waiting for me to speak so they can make fun of me. Of a 4-year-old is this is the time period, right? This 4-year-old, and so so now I watch 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, and it's just I'm just taken back, I guess, of how different those formative years could have been, right? This, you have no control over your situation, right? No, I don't see it as holding me back, so I'm pretty good with my interests at this point. It's more of, I was mentally past this and had conducted my life in a certain manner, and went on to do things that I didn't think I was capable of. But, with that experience, came harder and harder challenges, and until you actually conquer some of your fears, some things are not just going to disappear on their own. And I am making more than what I would consider significant progress with it, right? So when I go to the gym now, my behavior is significantly different, right? So this process is not about the words. It's about changing the behavior. And so the way I'd say it is, if you can name it, you can start to master it. And if you name it, though, I also believe that you can limit it. So it's the ability to do both, to bring my unconscious reactions into the conscious light, go out and test it, let me feel it, let me see the patterns change, and then relax beyond it. But there's a dragon axe, so would you look at that? Another upgrade. I guess we don't need this Fremennik helm, huh? Got a few of those already. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And so, yeah. And so, okay, so the main thing that I want to express is that it's not my identity to, you know, talk about who I was as a 4 or 5-year-old, right? You know, I'm not trying to have therapy on screen necessarily, but it's to, you know, just document my experience, document my, you know, what I'm feeling and my emotions, right? And letting that kind of shape. It's not to let the emotions, you know, override them. It's to, you know, essentially, you know, every emotion that we have is there for a reason, right? And so it's when you consciously understand what it's doing for you, I feel like that's when you can, you know, actually look at what, you know, I want out of it, right? And, you know, what I want out of it is for it to not have control over me, right? Of like, it's so skewed a certain way. This, you know, feeling in my chest to cave in or whatever, right? And so I sense it and see what it's there for. And, you know, I feel like, you know, many times in my life, you know, it's so, okay, let me put it a different way, I guess. Yeah, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. We're getting all the bass today. Guess we'll drop some strawberries. We could just sip our prayer pot, and I don't think we need this super strength. You know, I guess I could try to, like, you know, sing my praises, right? Is that many times in life, you know, I would consider myself to be emotionally, like, resilient. You know, I'm emotionally expressive, right? But that doesn't, you know, necessarily control me, right? You know, you know, I've managed, like, multiple things in my life. I've, you know, like a plant shop, a pharmacy lab. You know, as a programmer that had to work with a lot of different people and such. Oh shoot, he's on me. All right, let's just, I guess, lure him up here. So I think maybe we should just head on up to this little spot, possibly. You know, maybe I should bring, like, my red d'hide top and like a crossbow or something if this happens again, but... So I guess we'll get this kill. So he's weak to range. His defense is probably too high to try to slap him with the, because this ancient staff is not too bad at melee. Let me see if I can perflick it. I probably messed up on that one. So I think we'll call that inventory. You know, we do have a lot of food still. Just getting rid of my world real quick. So I guess we'll just charge with this account and reset it up. Maybe I should look into how to get there quicker. I think Mare said it was straight away. Let me just pull this up. That's Lunar Island, that's Fremenic. That looks like Waterbirth. So this is the level 85. That gets you up top here, okay. And then... there's this one, the 81. Does it say where it is? Like... maybe I'll just put a little thing on it. And we'll eat our summer pie and see how that works. Oh, it said ALP. Is there... oh. Yeah, I think there is a way to do a quick run there, huh? I guess we'll try it. Why not? Or does it not work? Is it here? Yeah. I remember having to do this for a diary step, I think. Oops. Okay, cool. I think I've only come down here for the quest. It's a good cannon spot. But yeah, it looks like that doesn't take you anywhere. So I think the little the plugin doesn't always know how to get to islands, probably. Yeah, and so I guess what I'm trying to say earlier is I've been around a lot of people and they all catastrophize every single mishap. And so I guess in my life, I've always felt like I was the only one that was actually emotionally resistant enough to work through what was happening in moments. You know, everyone else needed to be in a cubicle. Everyone else kind of like needed everything to go lined up exactly in a perfect order. And if anything went out of that order, it felt like I was the only one that knew how to get out of that situation. And so I don't have a rock. Okay, so I guess we're just getting... Yeah, we'll just reset, right? I think that makes more sense at this point. Because yeah, I don't really need a plan of action, I suppose. I've always been one to... I guess we'll sit right here. We'll teleport out then. Let's just go ring-a-dueling then. Is that, yeah, okay, so that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this account, is I have the... When someone else is in distress, I can rise up to the occasion, but when or even if the group is in distress, but if it's just me, then I retreat, right? And so, you know, can I learn how to hold the line for myself, I suppose. You know, our food's not too important here. Let's go 1, 2, 3, fill these up real quick. And yeah, I got our Dragon X. Very nice. Are we in insert? I think that's insert. All right, so this looks like we're ready. And so yeah, it's to, you know, the things that I want to offer to, my eventual kids, the things I want to offer to my nieces and nephews, and that I do offer, right? It's just to extend that invitation to myself. Is that I've always hidden, right? I've never sought attention, because attention always, it never brought anything good to me. I could join a monastery tomorrow and become a Zen Buddhist. But it's, can I be a Zen Buddhist, you know, out in the world is the question. And can I acknowledge, you know, this, I call it karma, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter, of, you know, these patterns within you, of these things that happen to you, and then your brain kind of makes a map of, you know, the solutions to solve different problems. And, you know, I've learned that you can't just have an answer to everything. And so that's what I mean by saying, like, I'm mentally past it. Like, I'm mentally past it. But in those moments where there's a lot of uncertainty, your brain kind of takes over. Or let me say it differently, your nervous system takes over what you're consciously thinking you want to do. Like, oh, I'm no longer gonna, this is no longer an issue to me. Okay, well, what happens when, you know, people that you trust, you know, do things that, you know, in these moments where you might, you know, now think that you are safe or whatever, what happens when you lose trust? Okay, so where was that shortcut? Right here. I don't seem to have my target set. So let me just turn on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how I want to do this. I think it's just to let my main account tank if he wants while I just focus on this account for a minute. So let me put this over here. We'll go main screen again. Back to magic. We'll get to the safe spot. And we'll just eat food on the other account if we need to. He's got 99 defense. He seems to hold his own. Yeah, he's getting all zeros on him. I got that Ring of Suffering on today too. I didn't switch for the barrel gloves, but give myself a little more defense. But yeah, I feel good now. I was feeling like my body wanted to cave in earlier, and it wasn't that big of a deal, right? There was no tigers. We're getting serious damage right now. You know, it says protect from melee. I do kind of, you know, in that situation, right, I'm getting stacked by 3 or 4 of them. Maybe that's why they say to protect melee, but... Let me sip a pot. And yeah, I think protect magic is the most important, because these things hit high. I didn't realize that they were... You know, I just looked at the number of things. I was like, oh, well... Okay, so... I think we'll put this over here now. Yeah, and this guy just tunk, you know, all of that. No issue. Let's see if I can find that spot. It's over here. So yeah, let's see if we can sip up and then come over here. Back from range, I suppose. I think we'll just continue on, I suppose. Oh, there. Yeah, so we're almost right at the end already. Very nice. Yeah, you know, the way I'm wired is I find all the answers, you know, to not have to go through embarrassment, to not have to go through things, and so I'm often kind of a perfectionist, I guess is what I would call it. And I learned a long time ago that perfectionism isn't the, you know, the way to run a shop. So I've, you know, run shops before, and I kind of learned you can't perfect everything. And so, you know, I mentally can be past these things, but it doesn't mean that my response is to not want to set that up still. To, you know, try to have control over certain things, right? And so, yeah, I'm trying to learn how to let go of some of that. Okay, so I guess we'll go in split screen. I kind of want to hop to a different world just in case if someone wants to mess with me. So let me just hop. Okay, let's go ahead and peek then. No adventurers, very nice. Okay, so I guess we'll sip a prayer pot, why not? Alright, protect from magic on both of them. Let the nerve pass a little bit. And I guess we'll charge. Alright, Rex didn't get on me, very nice. And then we'll go turn our prayer on, head on down, and try to take them a little more seriously next time, huh? Okay, I guess I have to go and kill Rex. Oh shoot. Let's not be... Oh no. Oh my. So yeah, whatever, I die. I'm not good at setting up 2 accounts. And yeah, it happens. I don't get why he got de-aggroed on my main account, but alright, what time is it? 8 o'clock? Looks like I have my teleports on me, so let's just teleport to Camelot, I suppose. Yeah, I don't get why he de-aggroed. Anti-poison, sure. I just noticed I had 37 pickaxes on this account. And so yeah, it kind of actually feels fine. Like, I don't have to like, I don't like to live life with pretense, I suppose, is the way I phrase it. Of, I felt nervous before, and whatever, I died, that was kind of embarrassing, but I didn't actually feel embarrassment there, right? It is what it is. We messed up, we try again. Oh, we get to save our strawberry baskets. Look at that. Is that, I'd prefer just to, go and do something I'm good at, right? Try to show everyone, oh, look, I'm good at doing Toa or good at doing Yama or something, right? Go and master Corrupted Gauntlet and go master Doom of Mokiatl and then come on stream and like, oh, look at me, I can click buttons really good. But, I get knocked out by an Anku, I can get knocked out by the low-level bosses and not feel embarrassed. That's, I guess why I started this account was, it's not to get knocked out, but it's to, keep rising, right? Yeah, we'll make one more, why not? Oops. You know, these are not the moments that are going to make or break my life, is what I was trying to say earlier, right? The tiger chasing you. I think we'll bring 1 and 2, I suppose. All right, that looks good. Probably should bring some anti-poison. I heard that's a good thing to bring here. Oh, I guess it's on the ground over there. So I guess let's bring less strawberry. Let's just bring, or I guess I kept all my strawberries, right? So let's just bring a couple. We'll bring, I think we'll bring more energy pots then, right? That makes some sense. And we'll bring another prayer pot then. Although we probably have one on the ground. 1 or 2. So I think that's fine. Let's just bring more Pyrofox and we'll just eat them more on the way there and we'll figure it out when we get there. But yeah, so I'm translating what I'm doing here to, you know, when I go to the gym and when I, do other things, right? It's I'm allowing myself to, be vulnerable on stream, right? But that's not my state that I'm looking for, right? Of like when I go to the grocery store, right? It seems like everyone else is all racing around and panicking and bumping into carts and not being aware of their surrounding. And when I go, I feel like I'm the only one that's actually calm sometimes. Of like, it's just, I walk, I see where everyone's coming in every direction in a very relaxed, aware thing. And it's not some great accomplishment, right? I think a lot of people can just, it's not like a, so I'm not a nervous wreck is what I'm trying to get to, right? Is that I'm actually socially aware, relaxed, but, that's, let's say that I'm above average in most situations, right? But there's certain situations where I'm like a 0 out of 10, I feel, of like, it just, I get this big social, like, freeze in me, right? And so, yeah, one of them is with new people. Okay, so this account's set up. Let's go ahead and move the other one in. I guess we'll move this off screen just in case if we get hit by something, we can react to it. I don't know, what do we want to do on this account? Let's just grab some food real quick. I have the bank tabs in a different order, so it's kind of confusing sometimes. What do we want to eat? I guess just swordfish is fine. let's bring, we're still using energy pots on this account. I don't even know what the, what do the other ones even look like? Do I even have them? Super anti-poison. I don't even know what my super energies are. Like, do I even use them? I have my stamina pots here, but I'm very much a resource hoarder. Of like, I don't need to use energy pots. I can just keep sipping these in most situations, and when I go in boss, I use my staminas if I need them in a boss. So let's just go ahead and grab like a couple of these. Let's grab one of these. We can put, we really are not going through any food on this account, so let's go ahead and grab a prayer pot then. 2 of them, why not? Oh, and we did have a super restore. See, this is how you get killed, right? These things look identical. And so yeah, so at the gym I've been recently of like, I'm not going out of my way to talk to people, but there's been many situations where, you know, in the past I wouldn't react to other people. I wouldn't make eye contact. I wouldn't do a lot of things like that. And so now it's like I heard something funny and I laughed, right? Whereas in the past, I probably wouldn't. And, you know, when I go in, you know, most of the people at the counter now greet me just because I'm someone that's just, you know, open. And so, yeah, I guess I'm, there's a few prospects, I guess, at the gym. You know, I tried to break ice with this, the girl the other day. And I could tell she got super nervous, and like, so like we were working out or whatever, and I could tell she was looking at me quite a bit. And so I just, you know, relaxed, went and kind of looked at her, and so I guess through, you know, this is more than one interaction, right? And so yeah, and normally I wouldn't really care to like try to interact with, you know, strangers basically, right? If someone interacts with me, it is what it is. So it's like, you know, so I'm working on that weakness too. And so I went to go talk to her, and it was just some really light, hey, I noticed this, or, you know, like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like I had seen her do something on a machine of like the way she put a weight on it was something I hadn't seen before. So I was just gonna kind of use that as something to bridge, and then just go about my workout, kind of keep it light. I could tell she was kind of a nervous person, so I didn't want to overload her. But, you know, I kind of went and worked out next to her, and I could see that she just completely went on her phone because she got so nervous, right? And, you know, I'd kind of, you know, another day I kind of walked by her, and I could see her nerves kind of spike. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, it's not just about, you know, this, you know, I guess I think people usually see it in black or white of like, either you're someone that's over your fears or like past your fears, or like you either have fear or you don't, right? Of like, it's either a victim or you're not, right? And it's, you know, I try to recognize what I can do and recognize, you know, what the world has done, right? So it's not that I'm a victim, it's that, you know, things happened and this is where I'm at. And so I can either, you know, stay the same and not have access to these things that I feel like I should have access to, right? And I can let those nerves just like spike up to these ridiculous levels and like make me not want to make eye contact with people. Or, you know, after doing it for a week or two, feeling like I can just fully breathe and just be relaxed in almost any social situation, you know? So it's just little steps, right? That's all I'm trying to do, is trying to take the little steps that I can do to, you know, allow me to be more relaxed in these different situations, and not just to kind of, you know, in between sets, just hide on my phone or like not make eye contact with anyone, to kind of like pretending to be distracted or just distracting myself so I don't have to like interact with people, right? Is that I'm ready to let the script change, I guess. And so what it actually is now, so this is the point that I was trying to get to, is that it's actually getting rid of the urgency of different situations, right? And so, yeah, you can make an argument that, you know, the argument that me noting it is creating more urgency on it, but that's not really been my experience. And, you know, kind of pretending that it doesn't have an effect and just breathing through it and just like, you know, keeping a calm self, but without actually like facing what's giving me that urge that I'm feeling, right? Is that, you know, I didn't want to like put a negative pressure on this girl at the gym, right? But I could keep seeing her look at me, right? And I can sense that when I do look at her, she gets really, really nervous, right? So it's to navigate where we're both comfortable, and because I can tell she's interested and I'm interested, and so it's just like, you know, I don't want to interrupt her while she's working out. If she's glued on her phone, I'm not gonna, you know, disrupt her. Like that doesn't jive with me, I suppose. It makes the situation more nerve-wracking for her. If I'm gonna interrupt her for whatever reason, even if she wants me to, it's still gonna spike her. Whereas if I, you know, slowly make a gesture, and, you know, through a few days and weeks, we rise up into the point where she's relaxed when I go and talk to her. Then that's, you know, where the interest in our where something could, you know, occur, I suppose. And it doesn't have to just be with her. There's other girls that are looking at me. So all to say is that, yeah, this like exposure type therapy that I'm doing is not about like identifying with these negative things. It's to overcome them and, you know, take those small steps towards, you know, having access to strangers, having access to the world, of like not having to put my eyes down, of like I'm keeping my eyes up and open, and I'm not feeling nervous around people, right? So that's, you know, that's one of the many reasons to why I'm doing this. So here's this account and here's this account. Let's go ahead and lead with this one, I suppose. I wish I could turn that off, but I think I have to go through settings. Let's go ahead and put on, I guess, protect range. Oops. Okay, we'll charge, put protect melee on. And so yeah, my heart rises right now, but that's because I have to kind of key in on what I'm doing and not mess up, right? So it's like, that's not nervousness or whatever, that's just the proper response. And so it's to not go into fight or flight, it's to go into like not a relaxed calm, but a more focused state. Okay, so we'll let our main kind of sit here. We'll move him to this side. Oops. We'll bring this one back up. Like magic and 2, right? Well, I'm actually starting to understand the layout of how to get there without the tracker too. And I'm not even really looking at this as much anymore. I'm just like kind of... Oops. My spam clicked a little early. So I guess when I start doing this later in the account, when I start doing like Tribrid, maybe I'll go without the plugin on. And so I put my GPS on and I can no longer read you're reading the map instead of reading the ground, right? We'll probably take a bathroom break again once we get this account kind of set in there, and we'll let our energy kind of come back. Oops, probably should pray the correct thing, huh? And so yeah, I just got a heightened spike of my nerves a little bit, and now I'm relaxing. And I think we're just, I think that's perfectly fine. Like, it's just a normal reaction at this point. Because I haven't done this that many times. I've died, I don't know if make a fool of myself is the right word, but I had situations I didn't want to occur, so. But I was fine with it. So let's take a 30-second break, and then I'll be right back. Okay, Let's get the camera pointed at me again. All right, let's hope that this goes a little better. I think this time we won't run to the far corner with my main account. I think that's probably where we went wrong. I was trying to like lure them further away from the entrance, and that's most likely where we made our mistake. Whew. Let's try to breathe. And yeah, so now I know a little bit more. Should bring a ring of dueling on this account. Hit him with an axe real quick. And so I guess we'll just park over here. Perfect, Rex is not on me. And then on this account, we'll just start going. Protect from magic is probably good to have up. Looks like... Okay, Rex is still not on me. It looked like he was getting close. Alright, Rex is on this account. This account is just tanking it all. Very nice. We'll probably take another hit, but we'll just protect from melee on. And we should be in our spot, so let's go ahead and teleport out here. And then let's go ahead and maximize our screen. Go ahead and eat a thingy. And yeah, we got 2 prayer pots, 5 food, our super anti-poisons. I guess we'll have to wait for this kill to go before we can get more anti-poison out. And so yeah. Welcome, welcome. You missed a good start, I suppose. An interesting one. I've died a couple times doing this on my trying to set up, but it was fun. It was a good learning experience, and it's, you know, the reason why I made this account. So that's and so yeah, you guys helped Lewis and Respectable Pants Lum. Is that I kind of forget, sorry, I'm not good at remembering stuff sometimes. Lub, I don't know where Lum came from. You'd helped set me up yesterday. And Lewis really got me to actually want to go out here. I was like, I'm just gonna wait until I get 70 defense. I'm gonna get a crystal shield. I'll get a couple barrel items or something. I don't even need to use melee, but you know, River Lum. There you go. And so yeah, I've had to face some nerves today of slightly these moments where I feel embarrassed or like wanting to cave in, and well, we got a dragon axe. We also got a lot of 1 in 28 drops. Here's our stuff on the ground that we lost. So let's grab, I guess, just 1 anti-poison. How long are these going to sit there for me? A while, hopefully. And then I'll get you the KC in a moment, sorry. And so yeah, I'm just trying to breathe at the moment. Thank you, thank you. Lub. It's, I don't know. I'll get it down. So in real life, I'm terrible at remembering people's names, but I'll tell them the whole conversation that we had. So it's just like I put importance more in the person's character than the person's like name and such. Okay, so yeah, our KC. We can get rid of this plugin. Let's not get attacked by Prime again. Okay, oh, let's... Oh no. Is he charging me? Okay, whew. I'll take a couple of Rex's hits if, as long as Prime doesn't get on me. He can't even hit me anymore. Ah, just kidding. My hand is on the... not the right area. So when you die, you lose your prayer or your spell setup. I should learn that because at Yama, whenever you know, we disconnect or something, and well, there goes the a run, and you gotta go get your stuff again, and you know, when you come back, your spell, like, you think it's already auto casting, but it's not. Rookie mistakes. Nah, just kidding. So yes, our KC. We're at 65 now. We got like back to back 1 in 128s. We got our super strength pot. We got 2 Fremenic helmets. We got our dragon axe. We're at KC 65, but we have like 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. We have at least 11 1 in 128 drops. And we have a 1 in 2,000 rune spear right here too. So. Fremenic blades, they're 1 in 64. We got 5 of them at 65, so. But I'm happy. We're at 65 and we have full rock shell now. That's an upgrade over our rune. I'll take that. We got a warrior's ring. And we got a second warrior's ring. No, just kidding. You gotta call it sometimes. Just for that, you know, that one time that you call it correctly. Because it's, you know, like a 0.8% chance probably of calling it correctly. I guess we can log out with this guy. We'll let him heal up, I suppose. Could just start running my other account back to Waterbirth Island just in case if we need to reset. DKS. 35 seconds. Get away from me, Prime. I don't like where my angle was, so I had to risk it. Yeah, we're trying to get that Berserker ring. So we're at KC 66. We got a Warrior's ring yesterday. We got our full rock shell, 1 in 128, and it's gonna be our best in slot until we get back to the Rev Caves, I suppose. We're at 61 defense, so we can wear a dragon now. Ah, thank you. He's got a big spoon in his hand. So let's see that big spoon for Miss FailNOutloud. as she takes her little fadeaway slash. Oh, what am I doing? It looks like we got a magic level too, eh? Level 74. But yeah, it's not too bad. That rock shell and that our Kame shield. Oh, we got a super attack. Let's get all the 1 in 128 drops today, huh? You know, I'm not sure how long these sit here, but at least let me get my prayer pots. I don't think he's in range, but let's just wait a couple seconds. I keep doing these like all risk, no reward movements. Like, he's not gonna hit me. Yeah, let's go for the prayer pots. I actually value these, ooh, I grabbed the wrong thing, but super anti-poisons. Okay, cool. If these get lost, they get lost. I don't care. I have this for timer. Oh, okay, yeah. I see. Very nice. Good to know. So that's the same one that moves everything. Okay. Much appreciated. We're gonna play it a little safe. We've already died twice, so. You know, our last 2 runs, or whatever, how many runs we've done, I was careless and I never got hit once. So I was like, whatever. But that Prime's a bad dude. I don't want none of that. I want his pet. You know, Rex is kind of... He's the most bland of them, I suppose, but I think he's the biggest. Do you see him next to the other ones? Maybe because they have these little, like, spikes? That or they intentionally wanted to make him the biggest, but... But I think he has, like, a cool chest, too. Let's see if I can see it. He's got, like, that eye that opens and closes. You know, Rex is our little, you know, he's part crocodile. He's part, you know, RuneScape player, hunched over his desk. With his hands, you know, on the keyboard. Mithril ore, that's a 1 in 28, I think. No, I don't think it is. It's the steel bars and the iron ore that I think was 1 in 128. Uh-oh. The pants are off. I love to see it. New name? Is that a new account, or is that you just changed the account name? Well, it's because I got my pants, so that's why there can only be one respectable pants, and that's me today. Alright, we'll sip this energy pot, get rid of it. Yep. It's time to change all my identities to respectable pants now. I gotta set my pun game up. Let me turn my camera back to, sometimes it goes into like a hibernate mode. You know, so there's certain games, like, I'll try to name them, right? Like Scrabble, some like things where you're, like like freestyle, where you have to like rhyme or something. There's a lot of games like that that I'm not the best at. Of like, you know, it's not that I lack vocabulary and I don't know how to spell and stuff like that, but there just seems to be like this disconnect when when it comes to language sometimes. Sometimes I get those, you know, the meaning of words is so like, yeah, I don't want to like try to diagnose myself. I'm trying to like come up with like who I am, or like terms of like oh, maybe this is why. You know, I don't really know why, but you know, when it comes to like a math puzzle or something like that, I do fairly well. I can write papers. I can do, you know, write my episodes. I can come up with all these puns and stuff. But like I played this game with my little nieces. It was just like, there was like everyone like puts a word on a thing, and then they have to like, another loop. They put the words on the paper, and then you have to come up with a song that has that word in the song or something like that. And like, yeah, it was during Christmas, and I was by far like the one struggling the most with that game. And so like similar with Scrabble, I'm not typically the worst, but I'm typically not performing that well. But you know, when it comes to like Risk or poker or and most card games, most puzzles, you know, even like, you know, writing stuff, and like I remember in high school we used to have these things that we called the bro sessions, and we came up with like these raps, and you know, my friend who's like this big hip hop fan and like always was talking about, oh, Eazy-E and all these like lesser known titans of like the past, basically. And I blew his mind with some of my rhymes I came up with. And so like I have somewhat of the capability, but it feels like when it comes to like these things like Scrabble, coming up with like puns for names, I'm just like, I have no idea what I'm doing with it sometimes. It's like there's almost too many options, but like none of them work. Oops. We almost misclicked, but it would have been fine. So now I can press Alt. Look at that. 5 of them on the ground. And so, you know, I've been kind of, so that's one of the things that has been in my mind recently. And so I'm not good at making like quotes, right? Of like remembering the exact lines of songs and remembering like all of like these different quotes that I like. But I have very good understanding of how to apply them, I guess, or like to like the situations where they arise and how they connect with different things. And so it's been something that's kind of interested me, I guess, of recent. And then I'll listen to like my brother freestyle, and he just like like he's so amazing at like freestyle sometimes. It's like, oh my god, how did you come up with that? And like he'll have like the names on all of his like franchise, like fantasy football and stuff. And like, yeah, it just impresses me sometimes. It's beautiful. And yeah, so to me, I think it's like, you know, where I put the focus. And so yeah, I think what I try to do is I try to make like I take the meaning out of things. I don't necessarily like build whatever skill that is, right, on recall. Is that, you know, I've always been good at like math, and so I think it's like my, you know, I focus on like pattern recognition rather than like isolated moments, I think is the way I'll phrase it. Like if I focused more on like the event, then it's like I would memorize the full sentence. All right, another Mithril lore. Welcome, welcome. All right, so let's go ahead and, yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, we're out here trying to get our Berserker ring. We've gotten all the 128 drops out there. All these potions, I've gotten 5 of them. Gotten 3 helmets, 1 in 128. I got the warrior ring, got the axe. Okay, we're gonna try to green log this boss before we call it quits on it. So next up is Dagannoth Rex pet. After that, I might just go and send some prime kills, get that pet too. So yeah, here's our stats. We're about to enter the mid game, so I kind of have. I want to go get the. So originally, I was going to be a Wilderness first account. I was going to go get the Voidwaker blade, and then we were going to come back. And so yeah, I have a group Ironman that I've played the most on, but I have a main account too. But this is my first pure Ironman mode that I've done without a group, you know. And so yeah, it's kind of learning how to do these things I was able to skip on the group. You know, my brother kind of he went out and did the Rex for us, and then I went and helped him do the Tribrid at a low level. And so, you know, we went and got our bunch of Berserker rings and all that kind of stuff. And so, you know, on an Ironman, I was able to rely upon someone else to kind of learn how to do certain things. And so I kind of wanted to go back and get that full game knowledge that I'm kind of, these different things I was able to avoid. And so the wilderness stuff I completely avoided. And so it's kind of like, okay, this account we're gonna give myself the goal of getting the Void Waker blade. And you know, I've learned to have some fun along the way. And so we let the plan change because we know we're going there. So you know, to not put so much urgency on trying to get to that. It'll come. You know, getting the barrel gloves is now going to significantly help with, you know, we'll see what we actually bring to risk. But, you know, at Vedion and Spindle, you know, I don't know, maybe that's going to be something I bring or not. You know, because rune gloves are super, super good, and they're super, super cheap. So that could be my 4th item. Or 5th item, who knows. But, you know, now we're going to have a Berserker ring there. And, you know, is basically once the zombie... Okay, so what actually happened was they changed the requirements for going to the single bosses. And now I need 75 or 76, I forget, smithing. So I went and got my zombie axe since I needed to get it anyways. And, you know, now with the zombie axe, it's like, well, if I get a spider task in the wilderness, you know, that's some content I can do now. So we decided to become a proper mid-level account first, and then we'll go back to our wilderness grind. I was gonna go in with like, just do range and magic, essentially. And I guess, you know, I didn't want to, you know, stick to that initial script that I kind of had set for myself, I suppose, of like, you know, just let it unwind itself of like, what do I want to do? Why do I want to do it? Just kind of let my, to get out of this pre-planner mode sometimes, you know. You know, I kind of set forth the vision and we're going to get there, but that doesn't mean we have to take this direct route. You know, we can go and, you know, so now I want to do some of these early level bosses. So I have, well, I got rid of that one, but off the top of my head, I'm going to probably green log Archaeologist soon. You know, go get my barrel gloves. And then start doing more bossing. The Restore Pot, is that a 1 in 128 as well? Let's just eat a food. Let's go ahead and get a bone. Okay, I have to remember that thought, but let's go Dagganoff Rex real quick. Alright, 1 minute left. Let's go ahead and bring this over. But yeah, look at all these 1 in 128 drops. So we got 3 of the 4 here. We got 3 helmets, at least, right? 3 helmets, yeah. But then each one of these potions is 128. We've gotten 2 anti, we've gotten no prayer, 1 restore, 1 attack, 1 strength. Is that it? No defense in a Zamorak. So we're gonna get all the 128s, and then we'll finally get the last one. And so yeah, I'm kind of on a different you know, line. We'll go get our barrel gloves, we'll get our Berserker ring, and then I want to go and do Royal Titans now. I want to go and get Chivalry now. And then Along the way, I'm going to be doing some other things. I want to go and green log archaeologist, both of them. Crazy and deranged, I think it is. When I go and do, I think deranged archaeologist is the one on Fossil Island. My plan is to go do a barrel run with the teleport out there for the mini game, and then I would go after the barrel run, go and do an archaeologist kill, a run of that until my inventory's out, and then I would set up for another barrel run, do that, and I'll get in this little loop there. And so we'll see if we can, we'll see what kind of drops we get. If anything, kind of give myself some RNG fun. And so those are the 3 main ones that I'm going to be doing. I have some others on my mind too. So we'll do Amoxil. He's a low-level guy. I want to do it kind of relatively early before I get like 99 stats and just, you know, not have the best equipment for these things. Just like wear Proselyte and see if it makes it more interesting or not. I don't know. You know, some of these bosses are probably never going to be that interesting, I suppose. It's like they want us to sustain here forever. They're telling me I'm never leaving this place. They're going to drag me down into their lair. He's a little alligator dinosaur hybrid. So yeah, that's kind of my current roadmap is, you know, I wasn't going to touch any bosses until after the wilderness, and well, now it's kind of, we decided we're going to become a mid-level player first, go get the barrel gloves, go get a berserker ring. We went and got an Arkland blade, we went and got a zombie axe, we went and got our warp scepter. And so now we'll go and do Royal Titans, and then we'll probably do some Hoi Quaddle. Run some for fun, let people that are on stream come and join. And then I think we have some TOAs to do too. Send some, I think, we'll see how it goes, but I think 150 TOA raid shouldn't be too impossible. We'll see how it goes though, you know. I hope I can hit with my, with an Arkland blade on stab. But we're gonna have to get to 61 range, use a rune crossbow, that should be fine. Adamant bolts, ruby bolts, I think are good enough. And we got the, you know, I went out of my way to get a warp scepter. I didn't really think I needed it, but I had kind of seen that if I had one, I could run some TOAs before I got the Slayer up to get a trident. And it might be kind of fun to kind of, you know, do some entries and whatnot. See, like, you know, because on my group Ironman, I already was level 99. I had full barrows, or full bandos. You know, Trident of the Swamps. You know, a net ladle set up. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait on moons until after wilderness, I think. We'll wait until, you know, I've done one round of moons when I went and did the quest to get some Slayer XP for, it was kind of like a little challenge to do Blood Moon with, I think I had like 50 defense, I don't remember where it was, but my stats were not that good. our first attempt was like a rune scimitar. And then I think we went and got the, you know, I'm going off memory, so I don't fully remember it. I went and got the dual sulfur blades or whatever, and tried it with that. But I couldn't pass the DPS check or something like that. And so eventually I got my stats up to like, I think it was like 50-ish, maybe 60, who knows. Got some rings of recoil and we went and did it. But yeah, so my current thought is I want to do the wilderness stuff, and then I'm going to go and do the Fremenic hard diary. I want to get piety and all that kind of stuff. And then go run some barrow runs until I get some barrow items. And then head to the Perilous Moons, kind of with that. So ideally I would go with 70 prayer, 70 defense, and a barrow's leg, top, and helmet. If we go really dry on a helmet, I'll probably go in with a Nez knot and be happy with that. But until then, so okay, so one of the reasons why I don't want to do any, I want to get the mixed hide armor next. So I just need to get the crafting up at this point. So that's kind of one of the things that we're on right now, is we're trying to get to, I think, 77 or 78 magic and start doing some super glass make, and then go and make my mixed hide armor. And so with mixed hide, I feel like it's close enough to being good enough. Of course, our food disappears right when we can actually go and grab it now. And so yeah, you know, I don't plan on bringing any of it to the wilderness, I guess. And so when we go and do the Hoi Quaddle, I actually want to bring earth magic. So that's... I want to train my magic up to 77 or whatever it is there, is kind of what I'm thinking. Is I don't want to go out of my way to train magic. I kind of want to do some PVM to do it. So I'm going to do it with both the Archaeologist and Barrows. That's going to get my magic up. But also Hoi Quaddle, and so we'll kind of see if I can get it up that way. And, you know, if not, then maybe I'll go and do some... I have to go get my magic capes. I don't even have them yet. You know, we're almost at 75, so I'm kind of tempted just to get to 75 first, and then go and get the first cape, and then go and get the second cape after. You know, I'm not really looking forward to having to go get a fire cape on stream, if I'm being honest. That's like my, yeah. And so that's kind of why I want to go and do Royal Titans, I think. Is I actually, the prayers are nice, don't get me wrong. That's like the better thing in the, probably the better thing in the long run. But, it's better than our Warp Scepter. But our Warp Scepter also doesn't get that much magic XP. You know, the ratio is pretty low to damage to XP compared to other things. Most of the game is like ×4, right? And, you know, with spells, it's even more, because it's like, I forget the exact formula, but I think it's ×2 plus the spell cost or something like that. Could be mistaken on that, don't quote me. But it's something along those lines. And oh, we got a swordfish drop, look at that. I was just about to spam a bunch of food, but... And so yeah, I kind of like the idea of I know, they got me trapped here. I'm constantly watching this water line because I'm afraid the fourth brother's gonna come up and grab me and bring me under. You know, this is the safest spot on the map for a reason. It's one day JagX is gonna, there's gonna be a Wednesday I'm gonna be here. They're gonna make a game update. I'm gonna come back and they're gonna take me down. And it's gonna be like, you've lost your account forever. I'm gonna log in and my guy's just gonna be dead underneath water. I have sent my prayers to the gods of the spoon, but maybe I need to send it to the lizard gods instead. You know, I am going for a berserker ring, so maybe I need to pray to Odin. Maybe he's telling me I need to get a sword in my hand and go and face death like a man. Stop hiding behind these little safe spots, you know? Enter pure berserk mode. There you go. The true weapon of a berserker. My fallen comrades already in Valhalla waiting for me. I've gotten their swords, gotten their helmets. I took one of their armor to survive down here. We have our ancient magic against our primordial monster, the greatest fear, the lizard peoples. So yeah, we got about 55 minutes left. So I don't know, this is 24, at least 24 minutes, and it's probably about 50 minutes, because it doesn't seem like I have to sip the potions right away. So yeah, we should be able to do this until our, I naturally set the stream up to be about 4 hours. I have a playlist, and once it ends, that's kind of like the cue to get going. And so this is my my calm down song, right before the last song, which is also a calm down song, but this is the one that melts me into my chair. Just hearing that little violin. Like the music's, I'll try to point to it, but like the music's gonna stop at a certain point to a certain thing, and then you hear that little violin come in. It's coming close to it. Right around here. Right. Well, I guess it's a piano at the spot, but it's the combination of the two. Once it goes quiet and then it does that little... It's my little lullaby, I call it. It tries to melt me into my chair. Oh, another Fremenik blade. Don't worry, brother, I've avenged you. I feel like on the last one I should just challenge Rex to one-on-one melee combat. Bring out this Fremenik blade on him. The ancient staff's a little better, but it's also... Yeah, they're both the same speed, apparently. I don't know if that means that this is a 5-tick weapon, this Fremenik blade, or if it's a 4-tick. Because I'm not sure. I think the ancient staff's a 4-ticker. I'm not positive, obviously. But yeah, let me bury this Fremenik blade for you, brother. But yeah, my bones just crack a certain way when this song goes on. Right? Right, you are. Our little, I guess they call it a pyre, right? That's the way I'm gonna go out. I don't want to be buried. Wood and oil. That's my, I didn't lean into it hard enough, but that's my, I think Denethor is his name. Oil. How does he say it? Wood and oil or oil and wood? Wood and oil, I think is how he says it. Lord of the Rings. When he's gonna go and burn himself with his son. He didn't go out the warrior's way, huh? Yep. We got another restore potion. Very good. We can now go do Desert Treasure 1. Oh wait, we already got an ancient staff. Sing for me. You know, he might be the cherry tomato guy, but I'm the strawberry guy. Everyone underestimates the ability of these strawberries. When I go and do the fight cave, I'm going to be bringing a lot of strawberries. And yeah, I was saying earlier, that's like, I think that's the challenge I'm looking forward the least, because I feel like it's the one where it feels like it's easy enough that I shouldn't mess up, but I feel like it's going to be the one where I'm going to mess up. The proper RuneScape rite of passage of, you know, back in the day, it was like, no one wanted to be caught not having one. I remember the first time I got mine. You know, I had full, this is the, I don't know, like 2012 or something. It was right before Evolution of Combat. So whatever date that was, subtract like 3 months from that. I think that's when I got my fire cape, my first one. And I think it was more luck than anything, but I had like full Armadil and like Evolution of Combat, old school RuneScape. 2012. So yeah, I think I said 2012. So that was a good estimate. I think I was still in high school, so... Oh, a fire talisman. You guys don't want to know what the drop rate on that is, by the way. Should we look it up? I think it's going to be like a multi-thousand. Okay, not multi-thousand. So the cosmic is 1 in 2,000, the chaos is 1 in 3,000, but the air, body, earth, fire, mind, and water is 1 in 896. So we get, you know, a couple more of those, and we can go make some smoke runes or something, huh? Okay, I have to look this up real quick now. Strawberry. I want to know what the level is. I think it's 80, where you can go up to 6. Yeah, 84. So when I get to 84, these power of strawberries are going to be 30 hit points per basket, rather than our current 25 per basket. And that, boys, is when this account is going to be going into the end game. My character will unlock and finally remembers the taste of the strawberries. But, you know, in 47 kills I'm allowed to complain, so I think we have a while. But, you know, it wouldn't be RuneScape if you weren't complaining, I feel. For some reason this browser's not working. My frames are all at 0. I'm not getting disrupted in this. I really need to switch my, I allowed Microsoft to run my life. When I got this new computer, I haven't switched over to a better browser or set up to... Oh look, we've completed another crystal key here in one inventory. Twice we've walked home with a crystal key, huh? Okay, let's look. So let's see what the odds of that is. They're both 1 in 95s, right? So you have like a 1 in 47-ish to get either of them. And then the odds of getting the second one are going to be a 1 in 95. So you add those up and you get about a 1 in 140, maybe? You know, I'm not a statistician, so I don't know how to compute further than that on yeah, your odds of getting the first one are 1 in 47, and then you just add the odds of getting the second one. To me, that makes sense as being the about the odds of the drop rate. Oops. Is he gonna hit us? No. So it's not as rare as I thought, is what I'm trying to say. But it is more rare than a Berserker ring. Which is all to say is I think I'm actually, as I'm going to keep saying this, I actually am lucky here that I actually got these drops. I got the Dragon Axe, I got the Warrior's Ring, and we're still below drop rate of getting our big ticket. And when I get a prayer drop here, the final 1 in 128 that I haven't gotten yet, I'll be able to make a 4-doser. Oh, more strawberries. Or whatever. Swordfish. Amen. That's all. All you need is belief. Gotta do our Peter Pan impersonation. We'll be flying soon. Just give me some of that pixie dust. Maybe not that pixie dust, though. Then we'll be zooming. I was wondering how it would path. I was like, is it gonna... If it would do it in 2. If it would go here, then 1, 2, 3. But it doesn't seem to be that smart. Alright, there's our guy. He's running away. Come back here. I don't like this guy creeping up on me like that. It's a bad dude. Did we get anything else unique? I'm looking at the rare drop table and I'm just kind of curious of maybe these steel arrows. I got a steel arrow drop that's not on the drop table. That's a 1 in 1024. Yeah, I think that's about it. You know, there's a chance that we got some like coins that are 1 in 100. There's a 3,000. Ooh, I do remember seeing a 3,000. But that's only a 1 in 97. They keep feeding me. Guess we'll do one of these. You know, I gotta save my money up. I spent all my money this week. I was like, I'm finally rich. And then I went and bought all these, you know, I don't know how many blood runes I've bought so far, but obviously I've gone through some of them. I had to buy all the chaos runes, all the earth runes. We might have to leave because we run out of charges again. That's like 35 minutes from now. That's about the, I think it said 1 in like 1,500, I think it was. We looked like yesterday or 2 days ago or something. That per hour, how much you can, you'd let off with this. But we're only attacking about half the time. And then we're only here for another 40 minutes, so we should be able to make it without running out. But yeah, I might have to put this grind off for a minute, wait till after the weekend where I can get some more AFK time. Go make some money. Gonna have to go back to the agility pyramid or something. Not just kidding. We'll do I'm doing martial salvaging, which is, I think it said it's like 300k an hour, and it's mostly AFK. And it's kind of, sailing's actually one of the reasons why my magic level's climbing. There's a lot of high alching, doing the large shipwreck, the martial shipwreck. I feel like there was a third one. Martial salvage. So I think martial and plunder are the same. Then there was like large. And I feel like there was one other one that was decent. Let me just look it up, I guess. Large pirate. Okay, yeah, so that's the middle one. I forgot about the pirate one. But yeah, the mercenary one has been my favorite by far, because it's the most chill. There's not as many things to high elk. And you're making just as much money. So you're getting, like, my level skyrocketed at that point. Like, I thought it would slow down when I got into my 70s. But getting to the martial shipwreck, I feel like it feels quicker. So I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know, not high alching as much, and you're getting more XP, and, well, look at that. Another super attack. I think they're trying to give me a hint. I think the hint is it's time to put my ancient staff on melee mode, pot up with our super attack, and go see if we make it to Valhalla. We gotta get the whole stream to come. We'll all get our melee weapons and we'll charge all 3 bosses. And you're not allowed to bring prayer or food. We're just gonna go in there with nothing but a blade. Rune scimitars only. Or dragon battle axes only. There you go. We all just come in and we roar first and just see how it goes. I think you gotta put protect from range on, because I'm pretty sure Prime would only be, I think he only single targets, right? Or does he do everyone too? I feel like that's getting a little too close. So who's with me? You gotta run the gauntlet, no using agility shortcuts. No anti-poisons. You can bring an inventory of just strawberries. No strawberry baskets, just strawberries. Maybe we get a bunch of Zamorak brews and take our defense down to 1 before we go and do the challenge. I don't know if I should pick up the coins, why not? I value a free inventory spot over the coins. And so yeah, that's our final song is turned on, so we have about 30 minutes left. We have about 4 minutes here, and then 24 minutes at the very least, so we'll probably go a little bit overtime and use up all the anti-poison again. You know, last stream someone came in at the very last minute. I think they probably like, I kept my private on. And so yeah, I died at the end of the stream last time, so if the same thing happens, I might just teleport out. But yeah, I think we had a successful stream so far. We're able to get some, we got our dragon axe. We buried some of our comrades' helmets and swords. We were able to, I learned how to get here on my own. At this point, I don't even know if I really need the plugin help. So, those little steps. And yeah, so I mean, with this setup, we're basically can stay down here forever, it feels like. So, it's really just the anti-poison that's the the biggest thing, and then, you know, obviously getting to the setup itself. You know, I'm not sure how much you know, if we go and use I'm trying to debate what the cutoff would be. You know, if I get to 500 kills with no drop, then we'll have to wonder if maybe I should just go to the Rev Caves and make some real money again. Or if I want to sustain it with just my AFK time. Because yeah, the last 2 or 3 days, no, there's a 150 drop. There's a final one we didn't get, right? We've gotten coal. That's not a 1 in 150. I don't even see the iron ore on here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so that was the first time we got that drop. So that's a 1 in 128. So the same drop rate. We're getting all of them today. And you know what that means? There's one more left. The steel bars. Right? I'm gonna start on Waterbirth Island as a Supreme account. Oh boy. Go and gather some snape grass. And go get like a rare herb drop. Right? Rex only. We pick one boss at a time. We have to green log each one solo. And then we move on. So I'll get an alt, and then I'll go and kill like the fire Royal Titan first. I'll completely not touch the ice one. I'll get that one and only loot from him. I don't know if I'll be able to do any raids though. Ouch. I just got hit by a... You know, I've been getting some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle vibes too, of course. I feel like I just got karate chopped by Michelangelo or something. Well, we'll see. So we'll see what lasts longer. My ability to hold in my bladder or the super anti-poisons. You know, I suppose I could just run. Yeah, that makes more sense. Not try to hold out another 20 plus minutes. We'll kill him. We'll go take a 30-second run to the bathroom, and then I'll be back. But, you know, when I get the Berserker ring on this kill, I suppose I can just teleport out at that point. So... I think I'm allowed to hit him, right? There we go. Add him an axe. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me try to do this quick. Not stumble and miss the button. There you go. Alright, we're back. Rex still has 40 seconds. Oh shoot, we're almost dead. These guys are going, like, now they go hard, huh? All this time. I've been down here for so long and like we just keep getting food drops and like these things are like barely hitting us. We're not having to use like any of our blood magic. I get up for 30 seconds and then they decide that they're gonna start piling me, huh? Let's turn my camera on. Alright, let's get comfortable again. Crack my back real quick. Okay. Let's go, sexy Rexy. I think you gotta flirt with him. Is that how you get a guy to give you a ring? I'm an old-fashioned woman, you know, I can't let you put your hands on me before we get married. So you gotta give me that ring. Another Fremennik blade. I'll grab it for my brother. I need to go drop it next to one. Maybe that's why. Here you go, brother. This one's for you. Maybe he's not too late to get to Valhalla with the blade in his hand. I think we have like, we could probably come out one more time. We're gonna have to pick up super anti-poison tomorrow to do another trip, but I think we have enough blood runes and, you know, we're gonna have to use these chaos runes to recharge our staff. So we're probably gonna have to buy like another 500 to 1,000 runes. And so as long as we're not buying blood runes, we probably have enough money, hopefully. But, you know, we're not going to have to worry about that anyway, so why am I even thinking about it, right? Because we don't have to buy any of them if we get the drop right now. But yeah, I think I'm down to what, like, maybe 300k or something? So, ideally I get to the weekend, and I can, yeah, I don't like feeling, like, forced to play AFK or, you know, to go and make money, so, you know, of course, maybe tomorrow, you know, if we run out of runes, maybe I should just, go do some martial salvage on stream. I don't mind doing that. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do then. So if we run out of runes, we run out of money, we'll go and make money. Because yeah, I've been really productive the last few days. I got further and further ahead on doing some video editing, and I was really struggling with this one episode, and I was able to divide it in a better way than what I originally had it. I had it as one video, and I was able to turn it into an intermission and 2 episodes instead of 1, and I think it's going to be better because of that. And so that turned 1 episode that's 1 week of release into 3 weeks. And so I haven't been writing my book because I've been I wanted to kind of relieve, like, try to be more one-track minded of for them not to compete with each other, of like, if I'm writing my book, then I'm not able to do my videos. And so now that I'm kind of starting to get ahead on the videos, hopefully I'll be able to get into a spot where I can just pick whatever I'm more motivated to do on that day. Of, I got an idea for the book, well then let's do that. Okay, let's I'm kind of done writing for the book for the day. Let me just turn on the content and slowly watch it and relax. My live streams, right, that get converted into video. So it feels good to get way ahead so that I can go more into chasing my interest and letting the motivation and the ideas kind of guide where I go. And so yeah, I already have I release my episodes typically on Thursday, but I had been releasing them on Friday, and I look up like when to release things, like what's the best time, stuff like that, and they had said Thursday was better, but I think I'm gonna maybe think about going back to Friday. It might have been dead man mode that kind of like, see, I get to see like the impressions, and like impression is like who it gets sent to, I guess. And so I'd seen that it didn't seem like it was getting what it usually got when I switched to the Thursday release. And so it might have just been like dead man mode, and there just being more and more RuneScape content in general out, so. Or it might have been because I switched to a different day. And so yeah, I'll let myself debate what I want to do on that, if I want to go back to Thursday, or if I want to keep on Thursdays or go to Fridays. And honestly, it probably doesn't matter. Like, I don't... Hey, very nice. They're treating me well. Okay. And so yeah. Yeah, it seems like, okay, so what happened, I think, is, the algorithm is, figuring out who I am as a creator. I started in, I think, November, making videos and such. And so I think it started promoting my live stream a lot more, but at that same time, I feel like my videos dipped. So it's kind of like but there's so many factors and everything, and so it's like, they say is humans are not that good at being experts in things that you don't get a direct answer. So it's like stock market, right? You go into an investor, the majority of them don't beat just putting your money into an index fund. These people that, went and they're getting paid professionally to do it and such, like, the standard is not to win. And so anything that's not like 2 + 2 = 4, and having a direct, having the factors kind of removed, typically people are not performing as well as they sometimes think they can, I suppose. I kind of lost my train of thought because I was focusing on setting up Rex again, but so I don't know where was that coming from? Talking about like the algorithm, maybe thinking that I might know how it works. I think that's probably where I was trying to go to, is that I can take my guesses at what like the algorithm is, but I think it's more just focus on making good videos and just trusting that it's going to work out, I suppose, is kind of what I've landed on. So it's like, oh, do I do Thursday? Do I do Friday? And so I feel like that's just like information that at this point just needs to like not even come into my head, basically. And it looks like we got a level. It's at 70 hit points. I feel like that's actually an unlock spot. I don't know if it's like, I feel like there's something you unlock with 70 hit points for some reason. Yeah. And so yeah, part of it was like, thumbnails and stuff, but yeah, I think it's to, ooh, some bass. We're getting hungry over here. Our inventory was getting too full. Gotta save my strawberries for another day. I'm gonna have to start farming again. And so yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get to is I want to give myself like a fighter's chance of like the videos getting watched, right? So there's certain things that I notice of like if it's above a certain amount of minutes, it's probably not going to get as many clicks or something, So it's just to kind of be mindful of what I'm working with and then trying to, everyone has certain limits, right? Of like, stuff used to be put on TV. And you'd have to make a 24-minute video for your 2-3 minute commercial breaks or however it works, right? And you have to time it with the commercial break of like. So sometimes I'll watch like old shows or whatever without commercials, right? And so you'd see like these little commercial moments, like, oh, here's the cue for the commercial break. And so yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out my own version of what the appropriate, information is. And so I had an episode that it felt like it was an hour, like it had to be an hour, like I want everything in it. And so then I was able to kind of, so I came up with a different strategy. And that was like, I don't have to just release episodes. So I'm trying to pigeonhole everything into being episodes. And so what I actually had in that hour was 2 rants that are really one rant, 2 separate rants that turned into one. And then I noticed that I could make an intermission episode that had just like this rant that didn't really belong in like it helped. It was the scaffolding for the episode, but that scaffolding wasn't required for the actual story that I was trying to say in the episode, I guess. So we'll see. But so that struggle to try to get this hour into 20 to 30 minutes, and this like, I keep calling it as like this it feels like like you bang your head against the wall until it gets figured out, and then it gets like integrated into me. Uh-oh, we're getting more and more bass. We're never leaving. I'm gonna start dropping prayer pots. Could drop my energy pots. I feel like that's probably better, but then I have to go and make energy pots, so. You know, we only have like 8 minutes or so of anti-poison left. I guess it's like 15. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm gonna pick a song to add to extend 15 minutes of our stream. This song's only 12 minutes, but it might work out perfectly. And we'll play till the bell rings. But what I'm trying to say is that struggle or whatever, well, it unleashed a new way of looking at how to make the content. I didn't have that way yet of like, oh, I can separate rants, I can separate intermissions. And so it's like I have more categories of what I can use my stuff for. Like, oh, I really like this moment, so I want to put it in the episode. But it doesn't now have to be in the episode. It's a new category that I didn't consider. I guess we're gonna not get my prayer XP. My sweet, sweet prayer XP. And so yeah, yesterday was a great day for that. Is that, you know, often we think it's like linear, you know, like the ability to get good at something, or like, oh, I'm getting faster at making my video edits, I'm getting faster at like, oh, now I have this trick or something. And it's, I guess in life I've always felt like it's not like linear. It's kind of like a plateau into a spike, you know, and it even feels like a dip into a spike. So I feel like that's the way it's always worked for me. Is either I get it or I don't. It's like I struggle with something that's not working. I note it. And then I find this answer that like makes everything better. And so all of that means is, well, these next episodes I'm going to make, the ones after, you know, so this is like over a month from now when this episode, the ones I'm going to make next are going to come out, is that I can start processing those ones and seeing what's there, and then I'll be 2 months out, right? And at that point, you know, I can write my book without thinking about like, oh, I have, in 2 weeks, I'm going to have to make this new, like, it's, you know, if I want to stay on my schedule that I've set up. I don't have that in the background. Because, yeah, I don't think it was this last weekend. I think it was the weekend before. I made some progress in the book, and I wanted to keep going, but it's just like, I think we got to stop for the week. And yeah, it's whenever I have to come up with new characters and such is when I struggle with that book. Like, I know the gist of everything. Like, I know, okay, he's got two suns, and we're gonna meet those two suns at this point. But, you know, these guys have a history with our main character that I haven't made yet. I know there's a history, I have like the idea of what it is, but what actually is it? And so when I actually go and write it, it's like these gist of ideas have to come out, right? So I kind of get like this person's personality and how they interact and such is going to completely change the book, you know? These dynamics and how they figure out, you know, they had their past, they're meeting in the present, and what is that going to do to their future? And so I'll kind of need time to like process that, I think. Of like, I'll get an idea and I'll kind of like wrestle with it, and then, you know, randomly I'll be in the shower and, oh, there's a shower thought that just came to me. Of like, oh, this is why they didn't get along, or why, you know, this is the outcome we're looking for. I don't even need to get my fishing up on this account. I just go and kill DKs and take home bass. And so yeah, there's just been a lot of discoveries like that, I suppose, and okay, so there we added an extra song. We got maybe like 4, we can maybe get to 100 kills, I guess. That'd be 5 more. It's kind of a stretch on what we can do here, but if we just eat all our food and take the poison damage, we might be able to stay. And, you know, we can do some blood magic, but let's try to get to KC 100. Because at KC 100, I think, you know, don't tell anyone, but I think Rex has been eyeing me for a while. And I think he's going to finally propose. But I don't want to embarrass him, so. Now I'm thinking of my response of like, oh, you shouldn't have, but that's not the right response to a marriage proposal. I gotta do like something like this or something. Don't they do stuff like that? You can't get both on the same KC, can you? He's gonna try to knock me up before he gives me the ring? We'll go for the if it's KC 100, we're going for the back-to-back. He's gonna make me a proper woman. We'll see if FailNOutloud's she's gonna walk home with the little one. Uh-oh, we're unlucky with our poison. Usually it lets us wait, so we're gonna wait these 10 seconds. He gave us some coal. Now we can go make some steel bars. Okay, that'd be nice. That double collection log. I do have to say this setup I feel like is I've been tanking so much better. You know, I know you probably don't get +3 defense going on long range, do you? Like, I'm getting so little XP that, you know, I'm trying to maximize my magic XP, but if I got 3 defense levels, I think that would be more than worth it. My 2000 defense XP, that could have been magic XP, you know? I think we let him get a little close. We're still playing hard to catch, so. Alright, what you got for me? Mithril pickaxe. Let's go. Alright, Dagging Rex, let's look. Because I know it's coming right now. There's tertiary. That doesn't really say anything. I mean, you can get clue scrolls on the same drop, you can get brimstones in the same drop, you can get ensouled heads on the same drop, so yeah. He's gonna give me a pet and a ring on the same day. It's the honorable thing to do. This is an honorable time, right? We're gonna go have our shotgun wedding. He's already given me the key to the house.
You need to unlock your iPhone first.
I guess my phone thought that was I said her name, but I didn't. We only have 244 charges left. Should have brought some earth runes. Now I'm anticipating too much. I swear, I'm not gonna say it. I can't say it. I just looked at the drop table and... Alright, I'll say it. There's another ring on the drop table. It's a 1 in 128. It's one that we haven't gotten yet. And it is a diamond ring. It's a ring of life. So I set the story up. Let's see if the universe is gonna deliver. More bass. We're going fishing still. Boy, oh boy. Alright, we're at KC98. We have no anti-poison left. So we'll just, maybe we should just drop our food and give it a chance to, kind of cycle through them a little bit. I think I'll wait until like 20 seconds and I'll drop this and pick these back up. We only have to drop 4 of them. Maybe wait for 10 seconds. We gotta believe until that bell rings, I suppose. There's our poison. It only hits a 6. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, let's go ahead and drop 3 of them. We'll eat 1 and we'll pick these ones up. Alright, Rexy. I gotta give him a nickname, that's what went on. What you got for me? I mean, if he gives me that ring of life, I'll put it on. We'll keep going, I suppose. You know, the DPS is so much more with my my scepter than my staff, so we'll probably just heal up on some of those guys a little bit, eat some food. Adamant plate body. Let's just drop like 3 of these. Let me go give him his armor back real quick. Our fallen brother. I swear maybe it's just the texture of the hill. But like my feet sometimes float. See like how it floats? Sometimes it goes underneath too. So I think it's like the 117 plugin, or is that maybe on the whole game? And there's our final song. We'll go 1 more KC. If we get the Dagannoth pet, we'll go 2 more KC. If we get a Ring of Life, we'll go 2 more KC. Alright, what you got? Start off with a max hit. Oh, I let him hit me. I was trying to time it perfectly of getting that second hit in. We need that Zelda magic now. KC100. You looking, Supreme? You looking, Rex? They're kind of suspicious. Maybe Rex told them something. Now I'm on to them, so they had to retreat. Okay, we better eat. Gotta feed me before you give me a ring, right? He's been gathering all this food for me. Steel kite shield. Thanks, Rex. He died a defender of me. And so yeah, I think that's all, folks. I think our withstanding the poison is going to be a little bit too much for our strawberries, and you know, we only have so much more money, so we could switch to like blood magic and stay here forever, but that forever is not that long. So let's call it. Thank you guys for watching. Let's teleport out. I think this was a good stream. I really enjoyed it. I was able to figure out how to, you know, I had a lot of help the last 2 times I went to Rex, and today we just soloed it. Had some trouble getting that spot. We died, I think, twice, but such is what happens when you're trying to learn something new. I was able to skip this grind on my group Ironman, and today we got a step closer to mastering it. So without further ado, thank you guys for watching. Bye now. If I can find the button.